Well, hello. Hello, everyone. Yes, I do live. Yes, it's been let's put it an interesting week. We'll put it that way. Tiring yet interesting week. What day is it? Uh, oh, it's hump day, Wednesday. It has been a long week. However, a very fruitful week. We have actually found a job and have been working for the last 2 days. That is why there hasn't been many flying with mics out there. Um, Anyone who flies as saying flying with mics an imposter. But anyway, welcome aboard. Yes. After almost a year of unemployment, I am working. Um, it's it's a job. Let's put it that way, and it's pushing hard on my bones, but we'll stay strong and courageous through it all, and know the Lord is with me. So again, thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure. We're gonna keep at it when we can. I'm kind of still waiting to see what kind of schedule they have for me. That part hasn't really been discussed yet. It's kind of one of those you put a lot of faith in what's going on with, but the organization. I like the bones of it, so to speak, and we'll give it everything we got. So, but again, thank you for those concerned, wondering where have I been hiding. You have found I've lifted the rock. Here I am. I am sitting in Manila in the Philippines. We are preparing to fly a flight that we've been doing off and on. We need to get back to another one, but we're going to continue this one with the Amazing Race. It's a TV show for those of you not who haven't ever heard of this show. Um, uh, Here in the States, basically, I don't know, dozen or so teams race around the world on their little course they've set up. Of course, they have challenges along the way, some mental, some physical, some both. And they got to carve their way through the course back to where, sort of, kind of where they started. Back to the country is what it's become. Used to be back to where you started. But hey, it's one, their show, two, their idea. So who am I? But I enjoy watching it because of as you all know, the travel side of me, the truck driving. I love seeing where they get to and wonder in the back of my mind, could I figure out where to go in these countries? I could go anywhere in the United States. There's probably nowhere you could drop me and I couldn't kind of figure my way out, let alone give me a map. Well, we're done. And some of these people, of course, this generation has no clue what a map is. It's hilarious to watch them. And of course, the obligatory give them a manual transmission. That's even more hilarious to watch. But they're doing pretty good with them. I'll give them that. Um, but yeah, it's and then I turn around because where they fly to, well, they usually come in something like this, either this small or bigger, and it allows me to fly to some interesting places. Now, I've been down here. We're headed to Bali in Indonesia. Now, I've been in there before, not from this direction. So, a lot of times I will try to non-stop it, but they are some super long legs. Case in point, you'd have been coming from Osaka down here over 8 hours. Oh, back in the day before 2020, heck yeah, I could have flown that. Today and streaming, oh, it's tough. So, I see we got our go-go juice. So that's the impetus behind this route. We already did their second leg, Hong Kong to Osaka. They did a little up in Osaka for a couple of weeks. Then they came down to Bali. Now, granted, in our world, a couple of weeks. In theirs, a couple of days. Now they're down in Indonesia. Oh, yeah, this isn't a vacation for them. Unless you take it as that and enjoy what you can while you're in countries. Kind of like what I would do with the truck. Do the best I can to enjoy where I am, even though I can't stop and go, I'd like to buy that trinket and that trinket over there and go on that Ferris wheel. And no, you can't do that in in driving a truck. If you can, I want your job. But well, wait, I got to get my CDL back. Never mind. But they are in a constrained time frame. But if you take in where you're at, because I'm here to tell you, how many of us will ever see Japan? Raise your hand. Unless you're in the military, you're not allowed. How many are going to see Indonesia? And points that we're going to be going to Hong Kong. So if you take it from that aspect, which is how I would just take in everything that I can while racing for the $1 million. So anyway, we've blathered enough. Welcome to Flying with Mike and the Blathering. Let's crawl up in this Toliss A320NEO and go from the Philippines to Indonesia, to be specific, Manila to Bali. All right, hang on. Let me get one thing here. Now, as we saw the fuel truck pulling away, I'm going to go ahead and start the APU. So, how have you all been? Love to hear in the chat how you've been. All right, flaps open. Let's crank the APU up. Okay, it's almost up and going here. We're at about 50%. So a little bit longer and we'll have it ready to go. And then we'll get ourselves ready to go and enjoy this trip to Indonesia. And that's, by the way, the same attitude that I would have on the race, I actually have when I'm flying the sim. If I'm going somewhere I haven't been, I like to look it up, learn a little bit of something I'll never see. But it's neat to learn and see it from the eyes of a flight sim animation. But some of these places I really would like to see. Okay, let's come up here and APU bleed is now on. We also have the strobe set to auto and the nav and logo light. Both settings are the same. Nav and logo, just one. If one light bulb is out, boom, you can flip to the other six. If everything works, then you're good. If not, call the mechanic. All right, so let's get in here and see what kind of flight we have ahead of us. And for that, we use Sim Toolkit. Bear with me 1 second. Got ahead of myself in the game here. Okay, I did file a flight plan. All right, let me get Sim Toolkit up here. Okay, today's flight will be payload of 46,900 pounds. We have 25,500 pounds or more on board, 204 people, and you can see our route. The BUCA 2 Romeo off runway 6 here, to BUCAL to M646 to Victor Juliet November, to the Mike 522 into DOBMA, and the DOBMA 1 Charlie for runway 9. All of this, of course, I have yet to look at the winds, so we'll placate that on the winds being favorable. Currently, we're planning 360 with a descent to 350 at ELANG, which I don't know. I'm thinking as I look at the map right about in here, as we turn more to the east there, so that could be, who knows though, it could very well be right up here where that green jet indication is from VATSIM. So all right, so there you have that. Let's talk weather. Okay, here in Manila, runway 6 looks good. We got a wind 140. Actually, runway 13 looks really good, but we're not making the long taxi. 140 at 5 on the winds. They've been variable from 090 to 170. So really, ultimately, runway 6 could be the better of the two. Unlimited visibility. Okay, looks like it's pretty hazy out there, but we'll see. And a few clouds bother us through 2500. Nothing significant. Cool. Temperature, dew point, pretty decent spread, and a nice wind. Down in Bali, variable winds, a little concerning. We'll see a variable wind at 1, so really the runway choice we'll see. And I don't think there's a crosswind runway, so runway 9 may be the better. A few clouds at 1,700 feet. 26 and 23. Now, when you get that 3-degree separation there and a little puff of wind in the air, there is a chance of fog. So we'll kind of watch this. I think the Terminator, though, may have come in and they're back into daylight now. Not 100% sure on that one. So, again, never been. And like I said, we are on VATSIM at Terminal 1. G3 is the gate. And hope you all are ready for a great flight. Let's do one more look outside the windows. See what I mean? How it looks hazy? So I don't know how they call that in the real, I know what they call it in the real world, haze. What they call it in the flight sim, well, I guess it's one of those, just don't call it late for dinner. So, all right, so it looks pretty good. Looks like we may be the only one here. If not, we'll find out. So, all right, let's get to work. And if I get quiet, that's because we're digging in and getting things going. One thing I do want to show off, there are a couple of ways to load this aircraft. You could come up here, click the ISC, open the ISCS screen. You could come over here, do the same thing, click on ISCS. We're not. Come on, there we go. Or come down here. All right, you have, let me kind of zoom on it. Zoomy, zoom, zoom. All right, you have mechanical and ATT. If you open them up, you're going to find you have different pages through here. Maybe. There's your fuel. There's your cargo. Now, this page, be careful with. Don't jump and go with what SimBrief says. Okay, SimBrief actually accounts for people bags. Now, cargo, it won't. but the bags are put in as a standard number for each person. So what I do is just leave this page after I get the passenger count in, the fuel load inputted here. I then head back over here, click reset, check my zero fuel weight. Just so you know, for this flight, make sure you do estimated ZFW and not empty. 157,501 is what is estimated by SimBrief. We're actually up at 170 pounds, 180 pounds roughly. Not bad. Unfortunately, you can't account for that in the baggage. You just have to, you know, okay, you're just a little bit heavier. We're fine. Okay. And then the last page is if we're in a place of de-icing. Be careful, because that is easy to trip. You can open and close your doors here. Then the next page on attendant is where you put the peeps in. Lastly, lighting. I really don't see this working much, so all right. So, and then always make sure when you're ready to talk on the radios, the call button has the green light. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll be talking. All right. That's something I wanted to show. So 3 different ways to load it, which we've already done. All right, let's get to work, get this bird in the air. Okay, while we're here, spoilers are down. The white strip is not showing. Flaps are up. And if you want to confirm, the upper ECAM right here is your flap indication. Okay, let's head up top. All right, so let's kind of go through this. All right, coming on. Let's see. So batteries are on. External power. We could actually turn that off now. Why did I get alarms? Huh, that is a first. Okay. Now it's available. Come on down. Again, we have several ways to get rid of the ground power. Boy, that was super weird. Makes me wonder if we really, yeah, we're on. Okay. Continuing on. Okay. Cockpit light check. I love doing these. Light them up. Okay. All the bulbs are working here and down here. All right. All right, we're set to go there. Crew supply is on. Okay, strobes, nav, APUs on, emergency lights armed, seatbelt signs. Oh, I thought I had smoking on. We'll hold on the seatbelt for just a few more minutes. We are off the external power fire tests on them. We are ready for the McDo. Okay, clear out that. Verify your dates, 17 April to 14 May. Got about a couple of weeks to go in it. If you've tied your, hey, Inuasic, welcome aboard. Thank you, sir. Oh, you guided the raid, huh? I wonder if that's what happened at the same time. Hang on, let me just check something. All right. But welcome in. Yeah, I showed you used 3,000 chat points. But hey, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, so but if you've tied your aircraft to your SimBrief account, very easily done. You can do it right here now. You just get a little settings and accounts. And then you just put in your account ID, it's numbers, right there. Follow the manual for the rest of it because I don't want to steer you because you may have specific things you like that I don't, and that's where the manual comes in handy. Okay, so init request, and all it's going to do is look for that flight plan at SimBrief, bring it over, as you can see it populating, and then we'll have that data to start with. Clear, clear, and clear. And okay, 15's good. Where are we at? All right, init or IRS. Okay, let me bring this in. If you have NavGraph charts, this really helps. Has a whole bunch of extra charts that normally you don't find on the easy. Terminal 1, Gate 3. Wow, they really give a lot of information, but we want right here, coordinates. Those of you that fly with SIVAs or LTNs or stuff like that, you know exactly what you're putting in. So 14.30, 14 minute or 30. I'm not even going to try that because I always get it wrong. 30.3. 1430.3. Okay, come over here to east. Longitudinally, we're 121,004. Okay, 1430.3. 121,000.4. Align, confirm. When time gets down to 5 minutes, it's going to bring the coordinates right onto this spot, most likely. So you'll be, instead of wherever the reference point is for the airport, right where your airplane is. So it gets you more accuracy out. Okay, next up. Get the weights taken care of here. We'll verify 157.5. Let's go 157.6 on a diagonal, 29.4, 29.4. So basically, I'm making it what the airplane tells me. Fuel 25.7. Yeah, we'll go with that. 25.7. And you can see just little fine tunings in your takeoff and landing weights. Maybe you'll see a time change, most likely not. Okay, and chart back. So again, we were working from zero fuel weight CG, and your fuel. All right, let's get to the fun part. All right, next up, rad nav, everything looks good. F plan. And for that, let's bring charts back in. Okay, here's what we're doing to get there, give you a little better idea. All right, so let's go to flights, check the weather, make sure 44 minutes old, okay. Variable at 2, all right, well, that's good, a little better, still runway 6. And BUCAL 2R departure BUCAL. So click RPL, departure 6. And we're looking for BUCAL 2 Romeo. I think Alpha's the other way. And real quick, I do not think there is a transition for us, so insert. K06, Ganon, Kleena, Tabla, out to Layman and Buchel. Okay, then we start in on it. And what I do is I just kind of go through here looking for discontinuities. Or if I had entered this route, make sure nothing skews way off course. And I mean, I've done it before, fat fingered. Whoa, you'd be shocked what you come up with. Here's VJ in. ELANG. And as you can see, we're beginning to go just a hair to the east of south, which meant our flight level changes. See how it's a little bit to the east of south. Usually from here to here, you're even. And here to here, you're odds. And that's why I'm saying I had a feeling that's what it was doing. All right, and let's just finish this up. And there's DOBMA. Now, here's a fun thing about NavGraph charts. First, weather 47 minutes old, so it hasn't changed. DOBMA M or 1C DOBMA. However, what are we flying in here? Ooh, RNAVs or actually, what I want to see first is the airport. Now, we could come in to 7 and taxi to the terminal, or come in runway 9 and taxi to the terminal. Either way works for me. We have an ILS for runway 27. Let's stick with it. RNAV. Do I even have my, I don't have my arrival on here. Back up, cancel. Okay, there's the DOBMA coming down around and Takuta. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I need to save that chart. All right, now Kuta. So if we do the RNAV, that'll work out perfect. Missed approach looks like back to Kuta, and then we hold and come back in. Cool. All right, so that's how that is a nice tool to have. And it loads up all the charts you would need for that approach. Why it didn't put DOBMA 1C in, I don't know. Let's see. All right, so back over to here. There's our arrival. We said RNAV. We're coming in DOB 1 or DOBM 1 Mike Charlie. Okay, via Kuta. No transitions. All right, and here's the fun part. It picks right up where you were. Boeing, you got to go all the way back. So if you're going Hong Kong to Amsterdam, you got to go all those pages back. Stinks, to say the least. All right, I'm just going to verify our charting here. Okay. All right, so Ankin, Sugso. And again, we're just making sure everything makes sense. Okay, there we go. There's our missed approach in blue. And then our alternate for today is WADL, Waddle, which is an airport I will not try to, but it's at Praia, Indonesia. I will not try to Zanduin, Majid. So yeah, I'll cause more problems than we need. And there you have it. Put it back to ARC. That's good. All right, next up is, okay, we already did it, but let's double check. Everything looks good. Let's go to the perf page. Back to here, takeoff perf, runway 6. We know the weather is a little different than we first started with. Variable at 2. We'll leave it right where it is. Temperature 30, leave that. 2979, I think we're 2980. Dry runway, no need for any ice. Double check. 1833, I'll go with that. And we're now we've got an 11,500 foot runway, so we can work with these to see what's the best for us. Okay. I am going to keep flex on. So let's try 2. I like 2. All right, so we'll go flex. We're going to go flaps 2. Flex the takeoff means derate the power. We're going to pull some. We're not going to be max power. We're going to be just slightly off it to save wear and tear. Right now, anywhere between 108 and 149. And for V1, 149 will rotate, 151 as our climb speed if we lose an engine, and down 2.2. Green dot, which is flaps up to 36. All right, so I like to use this over here. Now, things will be a little different here. Uplink. Speaking of, right here, we're going to put in what we have. Is it 1020? 1009. And I'll tell you why it did that. I thought I changed it, but I hadn't. 074 diagonal uno. Dry runway. I put the 2 in here only because when you do the request, it's now going to look as if flaps 2. Don't worry about flex right now. Just click takeoff data request. Doodle doo 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 doo. Up, I hear the little one. Sounds like she has arisen. Okay, here's our numbers if we went max. Now click flex. And it's going to give us our numbers for flex of 35, 148, 148, 151. So yeah, we'll just insert. And everything looks good. Except I need to check transition 11,000. Okay, just making sure that number's right. If you go to black box 7 or 9, oh, now I gotta go look. I think it's 711. But now I'm having one of those, yes, 711. Put in the code for the airport. He may actually have those numbers for you. Actually does here, so I'll throw them in. 1580 for the thrust, 3080. So, and I'll be honest, I really don't know what these do other than fine tune our departure. Okay, emerger engine 1600. You're probably never going to see anything change up here. It's all behind. Don't look behind that curtain. All right, we're ready to go. Other than getting our numbers correct. 09. Okay, flight director's on. LS constraints in case we come back. VOR, VOR, we're set here. All right, going across the top here. We do not have ATC, so we're going to flight level 360. Okay, everything match over here. Arc, and that's set. Put F plan on here. All right, I think we're ready to go. I got one big project left to do. Hey, cars. All right, we are on our ACAR program. Let me double check here with Millennium. There we are. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. I had to go visit with the granddaughter. All right, we are ready to go. ACARS is running, and we got us a flight ahead. So let's take a look. Nothing control-wise. Same thing. I'll just come down here to the ATT button, click Auto. That'll close it. All right, for the radios, of course, make sure 122.8 is your primary. 121.5 is your backup radio, because that's the one the VATSIM controllers will yell at you if you don't contact them quick enough. They're supposed to be, nice. Some of them actually do yell at you. Why weren't you paying attention? Oh, I'm sorry, I was flying. And since my co-pilot doesn't exist, oh well. All right, and let's get better pushback and get going. Better pushback, there you are.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving piping up.
Beacon on.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Okay, let's get this show on the road.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Break off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, number one is up and going. It's hard to read it, but it's up at the very top. It said avail. All right, so let's get in here and get number one started. Be right back. Door slammed. Hang on.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, now obviously I wasn't here to see avail. Hopefully you all did. So what I'll do is start the timer, 3-minute warm up. And here we go. Brake is set. Engine mode back to norm for now. All right, let me do this. Up, there, there. Okay. Excuse
Tow is
me.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, bleed off. Okay, and APU off. Wait, she said on the right. All right, gotta know your right from your left. Dang it. All right, so the APU is spooling down. Auto brakes to max. Terrain radar on. Weather radar on. Weather and tilt up a little. Okay, I don't expect any weather in the area. Flight directors are on. Auto brake max. Flaps. Takeoff config. Cabin. Okay, and one thing left to do. Here. Trim. Down 0.2. There we go. And then I'm going to do flight control check. Okay. And taxi light knows we're ready to go, and timer on. 3 minutes. Brakes off. All right, you ready to go fly? Because I sure am. Hope y'all are here. Hope y'all enjoy. Love to have y'all tag along. More than welcome. Any flight we do. There's the first balloon I've seen. All right, let's get on out here to the taxiway and head on down to runway 6. Always kind of verify on your nav display. We did this once and had to do a 180 because we went the wrong way. So again, hope your midweek is going well. For those not here for the opening, why there hasn't been much activity on Flying with Mike? Well, I actually have landed a job. And kind of trying to piece myself one, I don't know my schedule. There's a lot to this I don't know, but the overall arching part of the job I kind of know. Not the greatest at this, so I'm still learning a lot. But no schedule. I don't know really when and what their expectations are of when I'm supposed to be there. Um, which makes it hard to do anything here with Twitch. So that's what's been going on. But thank you for all the prayers. Thank you for all your indulgence and giving Flying with Mike, good showing. We plan to keep going and don't think I'm going to just up and quit right now. So with Twitch, so just gotta get all of this new job under control and figured out. So, but again, thank you. And uh, that's pretty cool. I haven't seen a balloon anywhere. First one. Manila traffic, Philippine 537 departing runway 6. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay, takeoff. Okay, everything's set. Make sure we're off. Yep. Okay, here we go. Flex. There's 60 knots, airspeed alive, 80 knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate, gears coming up. Autopilot's on. We're climbing out of Manila for Bali in Indonesia. All right, we're flying the BUCAL to Romeo departure and getting our way out of town here. Oh, that's an interesting. If let me see, I'm going to bring that up. All right, if you look here on the chart, I'm going to zoom on it. Okay, currently you can see where we are coming up to Gonan, then Slina, above 10,000. All of that makes sense. Above 13,400. That's an interesting number. I don't know that one. I would like to learn the why behind. But yeah, you got to be above 13,400. So kind of an interesting, I've never, I guess, seen that before. I mean, obviously there's a reason for it in their air traffic control space. It's just a uniqueness to it. All right, above 10,000. All right. Well, we are climbing out. We got a little ways to go to 36,000. We're at 12,000 right now. So I hope y'all enjoyed. Any questions, comments? Love to field them. I'm going to go ahead and open up Discord. If you want to come on and chat, look for us over on the Discord channel. If you're not familiar with where it's at, there you go. And love to chat with you. So for now, we're easing on up to flight level 360. Hope you enjoy. Well, if you don't see it up at the top, we're at about 3.5 hours now out of Bali, and should be there hopefully here pretty soon, and we'll shoot for our landing. Right now, we're planning the RNAV for runway 9. Hope you all enjoy the flight. Again, feel free to join me in the Discord. We are on voice, and love to chat with you and talk with y'all. It's always a pleasure. All right, folks, back with you. I had a few chores to run, and hope you all are having a fantastic Wednesday. I had a couple appointments today, so wasn't able to go to work, but they were scheduled long before this job. But anyway, my bones and all could take the break, even though it's only been 2 days on the job. They are hurting. So, I hope your Wednesday is going well. And I see we're still climbing. One thing about A321s I'm not a huge fan of. They take forever to get to top of climbs. Let's go ahead, push them both out to 80. Sounds like they're having fun downstairs. Oh, but yeah, it's been a rough week, first 2 days. And today, boy, my bones are still hurting. Feet, my bones, everything. Yeah, it's been almost a year since I went unemployed. So again, thanks everyone for your prayers. Appreciate it, and we're doing our best there. Couple of big verses keep pushing me there. Probably one I could almost begin to call a life verse comes from Joshua 1:9. Did I not tell you to be strong? You know what? I got to pull it up because I always somehow seem to mess it up. So there it is. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not get discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. It's been big in my life for the last, oh goodness, 5-10 years. That verse just pushed me through a lot of hardships in jobs I've had. To stay strong, stay courageous, don't be afraid, or don't be discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you. The other one is actually today's verse of the day. That one also plays a lot in my life. And oh, I didn't spell. And spelling was never a good course in grammar school. But whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as if working for the Lord. Actually, I added if. It's as working for the Lord, not for human masters, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord. It is the Lord Christ you are serving. So those two verses have really, one, been pushing me the last couple of days, but in the last 5 years, for sure, pushing hard on me. Some of you may want to look at those if you're in jobs like, I've been through, plus long before coming to the airport, I had some, some doozies, just like you all have. And if you can just realize whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord. Boy, that is amazing right there. And it's sometimes hard. I get it. And trust me, I get it. But it really does help. And then to be strong and courageous, knowing the Lord your God is with you every step of the way. Boy, with a couple of jobs he was, and still is today, because I'm here to tell you I've been hurting each and every day, and it keeps pushing me every step of those, to do the job. So anyway, great verses to live by, great verse of the day from actually YouVersion. And which is where I do get, I get a lot of people asking me, where do you find these? And really, it's the verse of the day from YouVersion that I usually take, except in situations like this, where a new job's kind of kicking me hard. Um, Joshua 1:9 always comes in to push me through. So, all right. So I hope y'all enjoy. Hey, look at this. We are actually reaching top of climb. It is actually possible in this plane. Boy, this plane just seems to dog itself up in altitude. And I haven't really paid much attention to the other Airbuses and climbs, but whew, this one just seems to just drag getting up there. So, but again, I hope y'all enjoy the ride, enjoy the day. We are now looking to, well, let me just punch it in. 2 hours, 50 minutes to go. And we'll be in Bali. It's a neat little airport. Actually, it's not a little, it's a big airport, but one runway. So I've flew in from Singapore helping a young person get their tower, I think it was, certification. And I think we flew in on stream too. So it was several months ago, but that was a fun flight into Bali. Never done that one prior to it. So, well, enjoy the ride, folks. We are, like I said, 2 hours and 50 minutes out, and we're at finally cruise level, so we can get seatbelts off. And again, if you didn't catch at the beginning, uh, we have been doing, as I try to, when the show is running, The Amazing Race. That's a race around the world. They started in Los Angeles, but I don't think they really did anything in Los Angeles. Hey, Matt 1997, welcome in. They went to Hong Kong. Then they went to Osaka, Japan, did a couple of shows there. Then they flew on to Bali, which is actually pretty cool. How am I liking Beta 3 here with 2 point? I am loving it. Yesterday I flew a flight completely off stream. It is amazing. Now granted, they, like all sims, they miss on a few things. Yesterday in Miami, when I did a wing shot like this, I was like, oh my God, am I still in the plane or am I in a real plane? It was amazing. So they have really amped it up. Let's see if we can get a good. So now, right now, we're clear skies, hazy below us. What do you expect in the South Pacific? But it really is great. Those new to the channel here, you're not going to find the other sim. Oh, on the wipers, or are you talking in the sky there, Matt? That, if you're talking about the wipers, I believe is just because my system that I run is nearly 5 years old, and I can't run it at, all the settings off the scope to the left or to the right, whatever it is, to, put everything to it. But there's some things you can do to lower the glare. I'm just not doing it. But yeah. Oh, the Jaggies. Yeah, yeah, the Jaggies. And like I said, I just can't bring that up, or my frame rates really, um, they really get into some troubles. Um, I'd love to have the folks at X Force come in and look at my computer and say, it's not your hardware. It's you need to get rid of all of this icky software and then you can bring it back up to speed. It's never that easy. Gotta have a new computer. So in due time, we'll get it. But hey, it's doing great for 5 years. So, but anyway, when you come to Flying with Mike, you're going to see X-Plane 12 for me exclusively. For other pilots out there, they kind of go between them all out there. I just stick with X-Plane. I got really soured on Microsoft, not because of FSX. I actually liked FSX. It's just my computer died. Um, I just did not like, and still to this day, there are things, both the 2020 and the new, that I just can't come to on. Well, and again, my rule of thumb here, hey, what works for you, great. Enjoy it. That's what this is about: relaxing, unwinding, and enjoying. If you enjoy the world of Microsoft, have at it. I'm not going to sit here and try and sell X-Plane. One, they don't pay me to. No, seriously, it's a good sim. I'll speak of it all the time. But my computer right now, yeah, it could use a couple shots in it to get it going better. But I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna jump or anything because of it, because I know the other sim's gonna hit it just as hard, if not more. So that's how Microsoft rolls. Every 2 to 4 years, you got to change your computer out to keep up with them. Kind of got tired with when I got to FSX, and it took a couple of computers to finally get it working right. But boy, wow, it was finally, you know, granted, we can argue all about the platform of FSX, but it was amazing what I could do with it. And X-Plane came along and was pretty comparable, if not better, in a lot of ways to it, and I never left. So, even though I had tried X-Plane back in like 2008 and just was not liking it at all. Um, so, maybe in what, 2013 years, maybe Microsoft will look better to me in 13 years. If I'm still here. You all probably will be. I may not be. So, hey, Yeah, Matt's saying he also loved FSX, except the computer was never strong enough to run it, so it didn't lag. Yes, and that's what took me two computers, maybe another. I can't remember, but once I got it, the right computer running on it, the lagging that you meant, yeah, that went away, and it was flat out a unbelievable sim. However, it just took most of those 13 years of no Microsoft products to get it there. What sold them on X-Plane was how real it looks, yes. And the runway lights. I actually have a little. I get what you're saying with the blue lights just on the side of the runway, no depth to what's making, the stand that holds it. I'm actually wishing X-Plane would reduce the size. They're not scaled properly, I think, in the scenery. Or at least in my opinion. And I know airport to airport, they're all different. Different types are out there and all. But they just seem so big versus what I know of taxiway and runway lights. But again, that could just be the airport I was at versus what airport they're at, or airports. So, but yeah, I mean, it just, every beta that's been coming out has just been amazing, and I'm still waiting on the one where we can use the radar controls here and actually really manipulate how we see weather on our screens, plus the mapping and all that can go in behind it. That's, I guess, still to come. I haven't heard or seen any verbiage that it's come out. And here's something interesting. Those of you that love probably the best 737-800 out there, not a MAX or anything like that, just the flat out 737-800, Zibo. They just came out with an update, and it's probably a month since they came out with one. That is just for that company amazing. Oh, by the way, it's free and better than PMDG. That's my opinion. You all decide. Now, there's a couple things PMDG can do that Zibo can't, but when you see what you get for free in a product out there, it's just unbelievable and undeniably probably better than PMDG. So Level Up comes in right behind it. They have the broad spectrum 700s, 900s, 800s. They don't have the Max yet. That's in the works. But it's just amazing for free. And there's a lot of stuff that word gets thrown about in X-Plane that, oh my gosh, you would never see in Microsoft. I don't know if you do today or not. I don't fly it, don't follow it, so I don't know. But there is a lot of freeware available to us in X-Plane. Unfortunately, this plane is not. This is payware. You pay for it, but it is if it says Toliss, it's like PMDG. it is gonna be dynamite, and it is flat out unbelievable. I heard that, and I hear it's looking awesome. Yeah, Airfoil Labs is who's working on the Max, and to the sim world, they just pelted us with a lot of great pictures of how the cockpit and all looks. So hopefully we'll be seeing that aircraft soon. So never fear, X-planers, we do have a Max on the way, just not from the usual crowd like Zebo or Level Up. All right, we're about 2.5 hours out. I am going to step away for just a second, head on down, check in with my granddaughter, and see how she is. I'll be back in a few. Oh, wait a minute. Hours ago, they had another update. So you saying an hour ago they had another update? That one will probably take a few years to release. Yeah, I'm not really holding my breath. Remember Flight Factor and the 777. It probably was a year they kept you. Soon it will be here. Soon. I think they actually now have a trademark to the word soon. Although the 777 is out. So yeah. But I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to go check in with the granddaughter. 5 years later, Patch Edwards checks in with, welcome in, one and all. Be right back. All right, back with y'all. Oh, man. All right, so we got some weather up ahead of us. Let me see. All right, so here we go as we're tracking down this little chain of islands from the Philippines to Indonesia, or vice versa, however that goes. A little bit there, a little bit getting close to the route, but then pretty much a pretty decent run down to Bali here. So we'll see how this plays out on the radar scope. As I can see, let's see what we can see out the wing here. Oh yeah, there's the land masses that we're flying over here in the South Pacific. So we'll get into Bali here, and then whenever we can again, we'll take off for Dubai, and then Sophie over in Bulgaria for this run. I don't know what comes after that. Think I have an idea where the ending point is. I just we'll get it to Sophia here when we can, and just continue on with it and enjoy as we too are going around the world. So, but again, the Amazing Race is a really neat show. If you get a chance, here in the States, Wednesday nights tonight will be another episode, and it's like a dozen and a half teams of 2 usually race around the world. And a couple of years here have passed, haven't, in my opinion, gone around the world, but hey, it's the show guys, you know, so it's up to them. They're still interesting in how they do it with the challenges, mental, physical, both, getting you from, you know, each leg or what they have planned for them. So, and right now they're in Sofia, Bulgaria, I think it is. And I don't know where they're off to next. So what's on you all's minds? Been a couple of days since we've streamed, almost a week. We've been through Easter, and oh my goodness, something I haven't been able to do in many years. compliments of Netflix, got to watch The Passion of Christ. Oh, gut-wrenching every time to watch what Jesus went through for us, to pay the price for the sins we have past, present, and future commit. Wow. All right. By the way, how many of you are set and ready to fly this weekend? Cross the pond. Not me. I I just don't know. I mean, I've flown it several times way back in the beginning days. I've heard it's really come along in many areas, hopefully. But probably now working, which has usually been my problem. Most of my work shifts always seem to end up right on that day, or I'm recuperating. So, yeah, it that's what comes with work. So, um, but I hope y'all enjoy it. It's skies will be busy from Europe to from that hemisphere to this hemisphere, be it up here in the US and Canada, down in South America, from Europe and Africa. It's going to be busy. So pack a lot of patience. Then pack your coffee because you're going to need a lot of it. That's probably short flights are going to be at a minimum 8 hours, maybe from London to wherever. Well, I don't even know if London's on the list, but anyway, from there across, which is usually the shortest, but when you're dealing with 100-knot headwinds, yeah. So, I hope y'all enjoy. And there is a couple of streamers out there that say, you know, the best thing you could be doing right now, testing your knowledge of your aircraft, your knowledge of procedures, your airports. If you have new scenery you've put in, make sure they're all up to snuff and you know what to expect. It's like I said, folks, 2,000 people I've seen on just for crossing the pond. So the strain on VATSIM is enormous. So people will get kicked and have to reconnect. So yeah, it's the last time I flew it, I dealt with that a couple times, and the fact that it became a gossip channel, the voice channels, and nobody shutting that down. So hopefully you all enjoy. But again, what I'm talking about occurred, I think the last one I flew was 10 years ago. And it was just, you couldn't get a position report in. You couldn't get anything in from all the gossip going on. That shouldn't even have been allowed, but who's going to stop them? So hopefully it's not like that this year for y'all. Just does not seem like that mountain's getting any closer. Kind of reminds me of a line from the movie Wyatt Earp. You can ride all day long towards that mountain, and then the next morning ride all day long and you haven't gotten any closer. That's what it kind of feels like right now. We're not getting any closer to that mountain. But that's, how things appear. Well, the good thing is we're 2 hours, 10 minutes out. And part of me is trying to remember as we pan around. Hey, that mountain got closer. Looks like we caught up to this mountain. It seemed like it took a couple days. No. Oh. We're now crossing into, if we haven't, we are now crossing into Indonesia's many, many islands. And many volcanoes as well. So, and you can see X-Plane 12's weather starting to take shape off to the east there. Now we should and could catch some rain. We still got a little ways. Let's see how far from ELANG we are. Hang on, is it Elato or ELANG? Oh no. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Hopefully those hiccups are done. They were actually hurting. Oh yeah, we still got a ways to go. At least 300 plus, yeah. So we got a ways to go. You're back. Welcome back, sir. All right, we're back live with y'all. Hopefully all is well with Godspeed. He said he's back. All right, so VJ in, then we turn just enough off of 180 to the east to cause us to make a descent. Well, that'll give you an idea where we are, kind of, sort of. As we head over the high country. Okay, there we go. Boy, that scenery's looking good. With the weather in the background, oh yeah. Is that map enhancement? I don't know. I mean, I've not flown in this area, so I don't know how well they've done the scenery in the past, but it looks good to me. AvTab even kind of looking pretty good. Wait till we get a little further down here when we get into more of the browns and all down here. I'm kind of waiting for us to turn south up here off VJN and see how the weather is beginning to shape. It's the South Pacific, folks, known for weather. If you're always wanting to look and fly through it, this is an area to find it. For much of last year, anytime I flew out in this area, I was in a typhoon. So there was a typhoon somewhere between point A and point B along my route. So it gets pretty busy. Matter of fact, should start heating up out here pretty soon. Okay, we just got to the 2-hour mark remaining. So, hope y'all are ready. Still haven't heard from FedEx. Huh. Wish I had a way to light a fire under them, but I don't.
Can you hear me?
I can.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I don't know what's taking so long with them. Like I said, I wish I could, but I can't do anything much about it.
They're probably like, ah, this guy.
Yeah, here comes that nutty flyer.
I don't know. My last flight was over 1,000, but that was like really rough weather. Like I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, and you do, by the way, have to do a first flight with them, but if they haven't reached out to you, I don't know how you would.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, turning towards the weather. Yeah, but this will, by the way, for everyone listening, this will be probably the one and only stream this week till I figure out what the heck they're doing, where I'm working, what my schedule is, and all.
You're working now?
Yeah, I actually got a job.
Dude, congrats, man.
Thanks,
That's
thanks.
awesome.
Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone out there with prayers and all. Thank you so much. It's very taxing on my body, but you know, hey, it's a job, and we'll with the help of the Lord, we'll get through each and every day we work.
I actually had a job interview today myself.
That's what you said.
But this, because I didn't really want to go down to Dayton. So I
Ah,
applied with the new
la-di-da-da
company.
to you too.
And yeah, they after the interview was over, I guess they hold on. Let me turn this volume down.
You need me to mute?
No, this music's loud in my game.
No, I mean, do you need me to mute and talk off stream?
Oh no.
Okay.
That's okay.
Just being respectful there if you needed it.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a celebrity at all. But no, it's so I got in the interview and everything went well.
Well,
But,
good.
Yeah, he didn't ask me for my driver's license or anything until after, which was weird. Like, wouldn't you want me to give you that stuff during the interview? So you have it on file?
I don't know what you're interviewing for, but
Well, it's practically the same position I'm doing now at the college, but it was just a new company.
I don't know. I mean, it's always hard to tell. A lot of that comes when you onboard, where they want your license and everything. Firstborn, left and right legs and arms and legs. It seems like.
Yeah, but it's weird because right when I was about ready to leave, right, they were like, "Oh, by the way, can I have your driver's license?" I'm like, "Why didn't you ask me for that stuff during the interview?" Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. Who knows?
it's all right.
Well, good luck to you.
Yeah, they have that all on file now. I'm pretty sure I got the job, or else they probably want to ask for my driver's license, right?
That would be a good assumption that I'd take, but.
And I already know I could pass a background check because I'm working at the college right now. The same one that I'm going to work at.
Well, we don't know what you've done in the interim there.
Oh my gosh. Maybe before that, I worked in a casino, okay?
See? No, I really do wish you the best, man.
It seems like they're pretty friendly people, though. I really like the 5 to 2.
Well, I'm just glad to be back and working no matter. I mean, it is a lot harder than stuff I've used to do, even though it's not a challenged field. But for me, it is just because, well, it's been a year, so.
It's been a year since you've been on your feet.
Since I've worked, yeah.
You better go and start walking around if you're going to be doing that
Oh,
stuff.
we were. It's just on top of doing things, it's still pushing pretty good. This old frame is it takes the beating and keeps on going.
That's all you can do in a world like this.
Oh yeah. All right, well, we're getting that weather we mentioned on the radar here. And it's in about the right location. Let's pull Sim Toolkit in real quick. So this must be what we're seeing down here by the it's not showing up here, but anyway, by the fix here. That one could be closer to the line. But I flew that Zebo update yesterday, the first one in about a month from them. Good flight. I just flew it offline just to get it back and going. Nice little hop from Miami to Orlando.
Yeah, that seemed like it was a good flight.
Yeah, it's just a 40-minute up and down. So if anyone out there needs to get a quick flight in with any of their VAs and they're in Miami or Orlando, look for that as a really good flight to get recurrent with. That is looking really good. Yeah, I had a dentist appointment today. Oh,
Any cavities?
nope, that was the good part. It's like I told someone at work yesterday. I said, every time I have a dentist appointment, only way to get through it when they're cleaning and all, is just keep that skit that Bill Cosby did, dentists, running through my mind, and it really works. And if you've never seen or heard of it, no matter whether you like the guy or not, it will crack you up. Several from that show they did on HBO himself just will crack you up. Oh, look at that. Well, that one ahead of us went from something small to getting larger and larger. So we'll see how that turns out when we get to it.
And some of this is starting to get too real that I don't like flying through it during landing.
Duluth flew through one last night. It was hilarious. He was getting tossed about pretty good. Wow, that one off to the right there past this cloud. Wow. They're actually looking really good. That's
really
one of my
impressed with what they
dreams,
did.
that someone from X-Plane sees the stream and goes, hey, we have a possibility of a job for you. And that's as far as the dream ever gets. Looks like an airstrip right down there, right just about to go off camera below us there. I bet there's some fun landing strips on this island.
Yeah.
I knew Papua New Guinea, we found some fun ones. I may have to revisit. Yeah, something's coming up on our nose at about 80 miles. That could be that big blob to our right.
I was gonna say this game better saved.
All right, getting some screenshots in. All right, we got about 250 miles to the next batch of storms we may actually encounter. About the halfway point. I love this with Microsoft. Down in the toolbar, they have this little weather thing that'll pop up sometimes. Temperatures to plummet. Yeah, Friday. And it's only the low temperature. Oh, they cracked me up.
Was it like 50 degrees?
Actually, I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, we go down. Ooh, it's gonna get real cold. 50.
Big yes.
Yeah. It's just that the way they grab your eye, tips to plummet. Lo and behold, it's not till Friday, and
That's 2 days away.
so just cracks me up. What's even funnier is when it doesn't happen. That looks like a pretty big wall ahead of us we're going to have to go through. Hang on a second. Ah, the first officer paid us a visit. Ah, really helps the days. It's a shame she can't be here when I get off work, but at least get to see her in the mornings before I go. All right, so again, we have weather off now to the left, but I have a feeling it may hook in front of us. We'll see. Got a little ways to go. Can't wait for when we can really manipulate the radar and see what we're looking for, and especially map mode. Let's try something. Watch it work. Nope, not working. All right, yep, we can see it now getting in the frontier like we thought it would. So, once we clear this line, I think we have a pretty good run to Bali. Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta for our arrival today. Glad to have y'all aboard. Thank you so much. And boy, these clouds really look good. All right, so I hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. Yeah, I'm trying to piece together right now how we'll get from Bali to Dubai. Again, another pretty long run. Couple of aircraft are coming to mind, but I'm thinking about 2 or 3 legs on it.
The 777?
The 777 is not one of the aircraft I'm thinking about flying for it.
A330?
That one is a possibility. The A350's the other. Maybe the 747. Do a little retro. But can't remember what it came in at. It's like 8 hours, I think. So, but again, these flights that you've seen us do from Hong Kong to Osaka, now to Bali, then Dubai and Sofia, Bulgaria, are in conjunction with the TV show The Amazing Race. I really like the show for how you get yourselves from point A to point B. Used to be more of them driven than, being told, just get on this flight, go to, wherever. They had to sometimes the ability to find a quicker route. So I miss that in it a lot. They brought a little bit of that here in this one, but not like it used to be in the past. And then, of course, watching them try to navigate from wherever, they're at to the next point. And that is a challenge. From language barriers to you pretty much name it if you're outside your normal driving area. I'd like to think I could do a pretty good job on that, but boy, put it in a different language and yeah, that could get really hairy-carry. Here we go, into a storm. So, but then the challenges they do, some are pretty physical, some push the mind to the limits. And those are challenges I like when they got to think through them. So, here we go. We're starting to push into some turbulence. Is this the cell I've been waiting on, or... Oh no, it's still ahead of us. But yeah, it's a really neat show if you get a chance to watch it. Like I said, Wednesday nights here, usually you can see this week's episodes. Of course, if you have on demand or whatever provider you have, allowing you to go back and see, you can always go back and watch. I'll tell you the ones though that were amazing were the early on ones. They usually are. And oh, here we go into some rain. Let's be safe. Those were some amazing things the people did. So, I get it, the world's changed, so we can't do all of the fun stuff, but wow. But it opens a door for this stream to be able to fly the different route, different places they've been as they go around the world. And some of them we've, like them, haven't been to. So. And out we go to get ready to go back in. Wow, that really looks cool. And we got a little bit more to punch through up here. But again, in reference to the Amazing Race, which is what we're kind of following on this flight, it's on tonight if you're in the United States. So you can check it out. Is that lightning or just in and out of clouds real quick? Ooh, really dark out over that wing. All right, we're about to come out of the clouds here. All right, we got about an hour and 20 minutes to our destination. I hope you've enjoyed. It's been a fun flight, not needless to say.
I thought you were like only 200 nautical miles away.
Oh no, that's from the next line of storms. I didn't see this on Elevatech or Sim Toolkit, so it's kind of neat how we're just punching through storm after storm. 83 miles ahead was where one was showing up on Elevatech. Not sure where these came from, but hey, they were fun to fly through.
As long as it's not a tornado.
Yeah, we've had our fair share in St. Louis. Had another round of tornadoes a couple nights ago. Thankfully, not as intense as back in March. I think it's that line behind this is what I'm looking for. But yeah, currently about an hour and 15 minutes out.
That's not bad.
So, good run, good stream for one that we haven't been able to do for about a week or so, and I'm kind of glad I went ahead and did this. I thought about just trying to get my body back to full shape for tomorrow, so. But it's kind of helping. I mean, my legs are still killing me, but may you be better at 60 than I am.
I may not be able to walk by then.
I believe me, days I get off work here the last 2 days. It's been pretty close. So.
Be right back.
I'll still be here. All right, let's get through this thunder shower here real quick. Let me see. Yeah, it'll be the one back behind us, but I'm not seeing it on the radar yet. So let's get through this, then we'll walk through the arrival real quick. Wow, I just love this weather. Really good job there at Laminar on this. Chewie, take us out of hyperspace. Thank you. All right, so we got through this. Let's take a look at what's up ahead. Hopefully y'all will stick around and be able to watch us fly it in. It's going to be an RNAV approach. So first things first, we're going to come in at DOBMA under 23,000 feet. Follow that down to Sugso, and at Maniz 15,000 feet. And then work our way in to Kuta at 3,000. No speed restrictions on this, but we'll mind our P's and Q's on the descent. From Kuta, wait a minute, let me make sure nothing telling us differently. Transition level 13,000, we'll try to keep that in mind. All right. All right, Jepson chart here, valid from 8 December 23. Your frequencies across the top. It's an RNAV approach, so there is a Kaharia. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much. Haven't seen or heard from you in a while. Welcome in. This is an RNAV approach, so we won't be tuning an ILS or anything like that. We'll just fly the published. Final approach course 087. Decision altitude will be 266 feet, I believe. We'll look at the bottom. But we need to cross DD 404 at 1700 MSL or 1686 feet above the ground. Or, in our case, above the water. There's our missed approach back to Kuta. And here it is. Kuta to DOD 403, 404, and right on in. Slight course changing. I'm not sure why they made it a little like that. We might see and be able to just switch into a visual. Ah, you're a little busy, huh? Yeah, I know the feeling. Little one is doing fantastic. She's downstairs with Grandma playing and swinging and all that good stuff. So yeah, she is doing marvelous, simply marvelous. So Kuta will be at 3,000, descending to 2,500, descending to 1,700, and then hopefully right on down for the runway. Pappy should be, and we hope for him, on the left-hand side. Missed approach pictorial here. For us coming in, we should probably be, what, about 225 or so? We'll be at about 130, I think. Maybe we'll be lucky to be closer to 140. So, but again, decision altitude 266 will plug in, and we need at least 1,500 meters or greater. According to the METAR 31 minutes ago, unlimited visibility, few clouds, which is not a ceiling, so we're good, clouds and visibility. So I love how it says nothing significant. Hopefully true when we get there, because it's everything but that here. So, but it is awesome X-plane. So, all right, I'm going to pull out a little. All right, this is where I was anticipating a storm. Looks like it's moved a little south. That's cool, as long as it stays away from us down on Bali. Wow, just love these clouds in X-Plane 12. All right, we'll get on down to 35,000 for our, I'd say step climb, but step descent. And then we're going to go through this pretty good chunk of it. Wow. Pretty good chunk of storm ahead of us to go through. So we've got the anti-ice on just in case. All right, we've stepped down. And we're about to hit ELANG and make that turn ever so slightly to the east of due south, meaning down to the right flight levels. Almost looks like, I don't know how many of you might have remembered from the 70s, maybe 1980, Final Countdown. The storm is ahead of us. It's a great movie, actually. Shame it didn't do as good in the box office, but boy, what a neat theory behind the movie and the movie itself. A lot of what ifs could come out of that movie. They could have played out. It's hard to find now, though. Not sure who has it because they definitely don't give it up to like Netflix for me to watch it. So oh wow, that looks fantastic. All right, should be coming out here in a few miles, so. Wow, just amazing. Man, these clouds are just wild. And in about 150 or so miles, we'll probably run into another one. And then I think it's a pretty well clean shot to Bali. But wow, what weather we've had on this run.
And this game looks so amazing.
All right, back with you all. Sorry about that. The little one was heading off to her dad's. So always a sad day, but it's always a great day come Saturday or Sunday when she comes back. So we are about 50 minutes out, and here comes maybe that next storm layer we've got to go through to get there. That's at Kevok in about 100 miles. So, all right. So I hope y'all are ready. Airport wise, if we can get off at November 3, great. Actually, November 4 would be awesome right into the ramp, but 3 or 2 will work too. So we'll see how this all works out. So for now, we're headed to Kevok, and Elevatech and Sim Toolkit are both showing. Actually, Sim Toolkit is not. So maybe that storm, let's find out. No, it's still showing light rain this time. Then we'll see what we run into. All right, and I'm glad to have y'all aboard. Those just tuning in weren't here for the 3.5 hours ago. You all know there was an announcement in there that I wouldn't be streaming much. I still don't know what kind of schedule I'll be able to keep in streaming, as I actually, after a year almost of unemployment, have gotten employed, and thankful for it. It is it's putting some pain on me, but that's okay. We'll get through it. It's not what I looked for, but it is a job that'll help us out here in the house, and we'll stream as we're able to. So the last 2 nights, I've only been doing the job for the last 2 days. Today, I had appointments that were set up long before this job that needed to be done. So we took advantage of that, plus getting up here and doing some streaming, and then tomorrow back at it. So I'm looking forward to finding out what kind of schedule they have for me. But, you know, I get it. Low man on the totem pole. So hopefully some direction in life comes. So, but anyway, glad to have y'all aboard. And for those that were praying, thank you that I would find employment. I was really wishing a lot sooner. But, you know, the good Lord works in mysterious ways is such a true statement. You never know what Lord is setting up in front of us. We just have to be open, patient, and with lots of faith. All right, looks like another bit of weather ahead of us, but I don't see it showing on our nav display. So I'm wondering if, I mean, I could pull up the map and see if we're in range, but we'll be there here shortly. So, but thank you again, folks. Like I said, one of my life verses is Joshua 1:9. Where the Lord tells Joshua, did I not command you to be strong? Did I not command you to be courageous? I really lived by that for many a year. It's gotten me a long way. trusting in the Lord that He'll get me through some of the things I've had to go through. Just by being strong, being courageous, trusting the Lord. All right. Let's get a little weather update here out to y'all. Okay, we're still variable, 1 knot, a few clouds at 1700. This has been pretty much 2030. 2130, 010 at 3. 25 minutes old, so. All right, 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry, had to get a load of laundry going. Oh. But again, welcome and thank you so much for flying with us today. We took off from Manila in the Philippines, and we're about to, hello computer, where are you? Why is that not working? There it goes. About 140 miles or so, we'll start our descent. So into Bali. Dinspur, I think, was another name for this airport. Anyway, Bali in Indonesia. Been flying through some pretty good weather effects that X-Plane has. Amazing stuff. So, again, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Great verse of the day up on your screen. Something a lot of people, especially Christians, ought to really pay attention to. Colossians 3 verses 23 and 24. Really great verse of the day. another verse I kind of picked up on in the last 5 years or so, and wow, really hits home. So gives us a little bit of fuel, if you will. Let's see if I can't get this set right. That looks good for now. Oh wait, we got one more. There we go. Really can only set those at night. It's very difficult during the day to get your cockpit lighting good for both day and night. So we are in an area where Elevatex showed rain. Sim Toolkit did not, and out the window does not. So with the radar, so about 36 minutes to go on this flight. So we'll see see what's coming up here. But again, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today, and we'll can't really tell you when the next one will be until I get a idea of what kind of schedule they have with this new job. So a lot of unknowns with this job, and a lot of faith in what's going on. So and by the way, if you are watching this on YouTube, we would love for you to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. So, well, one, we know you're out there, and two, you like what you're seeing. There was a message out there on YouTube, and I have not forgotten you, sir or ma'am, to do a flight with the default ATC again. Now, we did one with the Caribbean airline from St. Martin to Ponce, Puerto Rico. We'll try to do one a little longer, and we'll get more in. We're going to do the whole flight from when I just putting it all together and getting it into the sim so it'll do its thing. So not sure when, where, and how that'll work, but I'll try to heads up if I see a chance coming. So, and if you are on YouTube, hey, it used to be I was on every day and it'd be easy to catch us. Now it's really difficult for me to know, let alone put it out to you all. So right now, we're going to keep it as is, no schedules until I have a better grip of what's going on at work and what they expect hour-wise and the number of day-wise for this part-time job. So, and unless I misunderstood, which, you know, I put nothing past me. So. But I hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. Those of you it's winding down for, I hope you've had a great Wednesday. And those for the Friday Eve, tomorrow, Thursday, I hope that's already winding up. May it be a blessed day for you. what we've been through. It was some fun weather out here today. And if you're looking for us on VATSIM, look over in the Far East, coming out of Manila towards Indonesia. We're about 3/4 of the way there. Philippine 537, PAL 537. All right, and there is the initial fix for our arrival route to get to. Let's see, Kaharia is telling us I just had one air pocket and stars over here. Awesome. Awesome. Now, this is always kind of expected here in the Far East. Like I said, last year, I think just about every trip I did over here, or just about every one of them, I flew through a typhoon somewhere. And it literally was a typhoon. I mean, I looked it up, saw it on the weather charts, and wow. So seeing thunderstorms and flying through them down here is, I expected at least somewhere along the route. All right, so we're 120 out of DOBMA, and we have to be below 23,000. So headed down to 15. So let's plan that. 35 minus 15, 20 times 3, 60 plus 10. We'll call it 70 miles. Hang on, that'll be 50. Okay, that won't work, so we'll, yeah, we're, let's just get under 23. So about 40 miles from DOBMA, and there's the top of descent showing. So yeah, about 70 miles. Is that going to be about right? I think so. Again, transition level 13,000. Those curious in the Far East, check your charts. As long as you don't fly in the U.S., you already know to check for these things. If you fly in the U.S. and you go abroad, whew, you're going to get woke up to places in Germany, I know off top. This city's one transition level, this city's a different one. Very confusing, but the ATIS comes to the rescue all the time. Or usually, if you know how to tune it in. Otherwise, go with what's published. But we're kind of spoiled in the States with it being 18,000 coast to coast, top to bottom. And for the most part, Canada, most of Mexico, and the Caribbean kind of gets a little wishy-washy, but for the most part, that's 18,000. So we kind of get kind of spoiled. But I'm just grateful for everyone that's turned out today. It just really helped pick up some spirits that have been kind of running on the low side with all the work that goes into the job I have. And thank you. See if we're doing some cloud surfing out here. Not really. All right, we do need to get some things started here. All right, so let's go next phase, next phase. Oop. $21.30, awesome. So the weather reported here is what we have on the ground as of 41 minutes ago. We're landing on a 9,800 foot runway. Okay. Well, come on, compute. All right, and if we go medium, I think we'll go medium. That'll put us maybe midfield, N4, N3-ish. Worst case, N2. All right, so that'll work. All right, now for the numbers over here. 29, how about 1009 for the QNH? Air temperature 24. And wind 010 diagonal 3. And for the approach, I'm going to put in 266 radio. All right, so we're set up for the approach. All right. And top of descent now lies 29 miles ahead. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're about 20 miles. All right, we're starting down. Nice and easy at the moment, and then it'll, as we get closer to that squiggly line here, it'll steepen up. Again, 13,000 feet on transition, and planning the RNAV arrival to runway 9. If we get lucky, we may just be able to fly visually. So again, hope you all have had a fantastic Wednesday. And we're looking forward to the arrival in here. Between a dentist appointment and a couple of others, wow. Ooh. Dentists are always fun. Like I said earlier in the stream, if you've not seen it, the Bill Cosby skit, Dentists, will crack you up. Whether you like the guy or not for what happened, whenever that happened, it will make you laugh, especially if you're going to the dentist. All right, we're down to 2,500 feet a minute now, headed for 23,000. And then we'll set up for 15,000 at, what was it? Manis. Well, thank you, Kaharia. We sure appreciate the happy landings. As a reminder, thank you, ma'am. You can put in predictions and see how well you do. I'm going to go ahead and throw mine out there, but yeah, just the exclamation mark, the word predict, space. Make sure it's a negative number. So otherwise, it may or may not count. All right, and we have killed the music. Rest in peace, music. Yeah, I wish I had more. You know, I used to have a whole bunch of music, but slowly but surely, those artists are getting copywritten or firing out copyright violations. So away they go. All right, let's go ahead, set medium brakes. All right. All right, and decision altitude prefs in. All right, vertical profile looking good. We're leveling off here at 23,000. Auto brake set, approach briefing given, and we'll begin our descent again here shortly.
I think I did something.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
Have you ever played a game called Elder Scrolls?
Nope.
Like, no.
Did you win?
I think I completed a quest.
Heck, Kahari is turning on final in a moment where she's at and hoping for the best. Safe landing to you, ma'am. All right, we're at 23,000. I'm sorry, what did you add there? All right, 15,000. I'll wait till next fix and then we'll start down, get the seatbelt slit, and get ready for the landing on the south side. Well, actually, no, we're not at the island yet. Here I was thinking we were. I think it's that big mountain in the distance. That'll take forever for us to get to again. What a great movie, Wyatt Earp. Wyatt, I think, is actually what it was called. Oh, man. All right. I think we'll give it that 10 miles.
I should be streaming this.
Why aren't you?
I don't know.
All right, let's go ahead. Okay, we're doing an open descent to 15,000. Whoa. A lot of water. Congrats there, Kahari. 186 feet a minute. Awesome. Okay, constraints are set. And the island of Bali stands in front of us. All right, so gonna steepen us up just a tad. Okay, you guys can get rid of the clouds on the other side of those mountains. Just get rid of them. Oh, man. All right, so we are about 10 miles from where we should level off. Then we'll set up for 3,000. Get us on course. Better hold at 12. All right, 1009. Okay, so we're descending to 12,000. Okay, got to get over these mountains, then we can really start a descent.
I'm going to bed, man. Have a good one.
All right, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Yep, take it easy, man.
See ya.
Have fun at work.
Oh, yeah. Flight attendants, take your seats for landing. Okay, here we go. Meat and potato time. Oh, looks like we may actually have localizer and glide slope. Well, not localizer, but course and glide slope. All right, we are just about to go direct to Kuta and the approach for the runway. Kind of curious if we do get a glide slope on this. Sure looks like it. Because I can't see the airport right now. All right, 16 miles. Again, thank you all for being here. Great turnout today. Appreciate each and every one of you. Hey, if you're new to the channel, love you to smash that follow button. And if you're new to us on YouTube, hit that subscribe. We'd sure love to see you all on future streams as well as videos over on YouTube. Right, we're lining up for this one. You're on the ILS to your pillow, Kaharia. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. We sure appreciate you. Glad you had a good landing. Enjoy the approach to your pillow. Cleared to land. All right. Let's get a notch of flaps out. And let's get this thing slowed up. I'm not 100% sure whether to trust the glide slope yet or not. I'm going to go ahead and arm up the spoilers. Oh yeah, it's going to be challenging to find the runway. All right, Bali traffic, Philippine 537, approximately 5 mile final for runway 9. Flaps full, spoilers arm gear down, 3 green, brake pans on, medium, spoilers armed. Good deal, cleared to land. Okay, we're on the glide slope, believe it or not. I was not expecting that. Oh, wait, I think I have a runway once we get through the clouds. Okay, last check, gear down, brake fan on, brake set, spoilers armed, we're ready to land. Bali traffic, Philippine 537, and now we're 5 mile final. Sorry about that. And if I remember right, this looks weird. Oh, there we go. Good, clear shot of the runway. Okay, here we go. Boy, it's real sensitive today. Let's get back in the groove here. And Bali traffic, Philippine 537 off at November 3 to the terminal. Oh, wow. According to Sim Toolkit, 83 feet a minute. All right, let me see. We're international. About all right, welcome to Bali. We're taxiing in, nice and easy to let the EPU fire up. Okay, brake set. APU available. All right, I don't think we need to set anything. Spoiler nose light FD. Okay, we can turn these off. These off. Brake fans are on. Radars are off. Wing light strobe APU running, and we're good. There you have it. We are in and chalked. Welcome to Bali. What a great, great trip that was. We're not done yet, but I'm just cleaning up a couple things. All right. All right, let's see. Did it file? PyRep filed. All right. Well, it's saying it has filed. Well, Hawker125, welcome in, sir. Thank you for the resubscribe. We sure appreciate you at the tier 1 level. Thank you so much. Hope you've had a fantastic day. I'm just making sure this file. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no, no. All right, and the airline, I found it. It is good to shut that off. Oh, where are you? There we go. On final touchdown. Wow. They got us pretty hard, but it sure didn't feel that way. 529 feet a minute. Wow. Oh well. So we can do this and that. All right, well, let's take a look at what a couple of our trackers say. See if they say poo-poo on that. Completed. Yeah, one of them's Elevatech 358. That's not bad. Cool. We'll close you out. Now, the one we go by all the time here, Sim Toolkit, pulling that in. 83 feet. So there probably sounds like a bounce, which is fine. Let's take a look at it. Okay, there's the flight. 3 hour, 51 minutes, 1,400 miles, 8,900 kilograms, 1.12 Gs on that landing, 83 feet a minute at 134. I have no idea which one to even believe. They're all way off. However, I will say, according to this, we landed a skosh short. You want to aim for these larger pads that are on the runway. These smaller ones, they're just a guide for you and let you know where the landing zone is. In the U.S., this is 1,000 feet down the runway here at about 1,500 feet. Every country's different, but when they stop, you're outside the landing area. Doesn't mean you can't touch down. It just means you're outside the landing zone and a lot closer to running off the end. We parked right about here, and overall looks like a really good landing. So poo-poo on those other ones. All right, well, we're going to call it for what it is. Again, thank you all. We had a really good turnout tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the roughly 5-hour stream, and look forward to another stream. Not sure yet when. Still waiting on the schedule from work. So once we have that more nailed down, then I can begin to reassess how we do streaming here. All right. So for now, again, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. Remember those verses I mentioned earlier, Joshua 1:9. Let me see if I still have it easily pulled up. Never good off the top of my head to remember things. But in Joshua 1:9, this is just when Joshua has taken over from Moses, who had just died. God is basically telling him, and I love this verse. It is a life verse for me. Have I not commanded you? Be strong, be courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. The last decade or so of my life, this verse has gotten me through a lot of adversity. And I keep it in it comes up when, even at this new job, I'll be at 2 days in. My body is beat going home. This keeps running through my mind while I'm at work. Be strong, be courageous, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you. My other life verse happens to be our verse of the day for today. And it is one that is as much important to me as that one is. And I have only begun to pull that into me in the last 6-7 years. Whatever you do, and this is from Colossians, by the way, chapter 3, 23, 24. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters, since you know you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is the Lord Christ, Jesus Christ, you are serving. And that one has been front and center a lot of last year and the year before, but going back, like I said, a good 5-6 years. So between those two, they've helped me through a lot of adversity. So, and I hope they help you through them. It's really, God is there and watching and will help you. You just have to be strong and courageous and never forget that. So, and remember, when you work, do it with everything you got. And ziff as working for the Lord Jesus Christ. Not for human masters. The Lord Jesus Christ is who we serve. So take those verses. I hope you write them down, put them on your heart, put them in front of you every day. They will really connect you with God. And with that, folks, I am going to go ahead, wrap this up for today. Thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. And we'll see you the next time we're able to stream. God bless. We'll see you, hopefully. I wish I could say tomorrow, but I don't know when. God bless. Thanks, Hawker, for stopping by. We sure appreciate you. And you, thank you for the guided raid that we never heard from where, and for original Godspeed and Kaharian stopping by. Hope you all enjoy your night. Good night.